Welcome in everyone! Making sure the mic in the right place. Now I'm wearing the player shoe version of Carmen where she wears blue. So I've got arm gauntlet as well. Yeah, I think I've worn this one yet, so it's the first time. Thank you. So yeah, welcome in everyone. Hi there, don't touch the door. I got a couple of boxes back there that I'm going to be opening up soon. Oh, should I forget to do that? I'll head back to that. Man, you in the butt? Is it working out? Hopefully it's working out. Oh, I think that should turn it down a little bit. I think it's turn it down a little bit. Yeah, I had it down really low. On the last one, and I forgot to turn it all the way back up. So I didn't quite perfect. Yeah. I've been looking forward to wearing the costume for a while, and I get that finally got around to it. I got everything I need to go. So and later on I'll be playing some games on my Amiga as well. I got my Amiga. I should spend a couple of days cleaning up my Amiga and cleaning up my game draft, so it will be a lot bigger. Hopefully to new playing games a lot easier. So yeah. And I also got the bash in this one, which I don't have in my green one. Not the bash. This one, like on season 2. At least I've got this one. So it feels more like a complete costume this time around. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the problem. Thank you. It's so good to see you here soon. Hope everyone's having a good week so far. I'm having a pretty good week. And yeah. Okay, the paper, okay, yep. Okay, no problem. I would like to be able to have the complete green Cameron costume as well. That would be good soon. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I do them talking bit. But they in the previous hot them actually had a badge. It was like a badge. Like big badge. And it should dog up my whole nearly top every time I paint it on. So I didn't want to keep doing it. And this is much bigger. This way I don't forget to put it on. Because I often forgot to put the badge on. Yeah. Hi there, Josh. Welcome in. I'm glad you did. Yeah, hopefully I don't have any audio issues this time around. That couple of things I did when I did pinball, the take up was a lot different. So the audio wasn't that great, but hopefully it's better this time around. And actually, well, here I'm saying. I need to understand whether or not what I'm actually saying. Yeah, I don't actually know how well people understand me. I should talk of hopefully a bit. Yeah, but I could probably be practice talking a lot clearer and maybe slowing down sometimes. Yeah, and yeah. Yeah, I still don't think it's in the right position. I don't know if it's been like closing up, so maybe I should move it over. That might be better. So I can speak in a little more directly in this one like it happens. I didn't realize that. Okay, oops. I found my Hitachi then, and maybe I should move it back a little bit. It goes, my shoe coat. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Yeah. No, not that I know about, you know, yeah, going really bad, but, not sure how loud I am over the meeting. Hopefully I'm loud enough. But, yeah. I should talk and have to experiment everything and should, you know, keep working on it, keep improving it. I hope. Pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. I've got them I've actually I've also got them tiger here as well. I don't think it's most of it anyway. Apple tiger. I really love apple tiger. And it's actually organic apple tiger as well. So it's really nice. It tastes really nice. I like it. But I'm also having some coffee as well. Yeah, it's apple tiger. I love apple tiger. Or there was another one I tried, a pear tiger one, and that was really nice. Yeah, I'm probably okay. I think. Yeah, I don't want to go in between my drink. Yeah, I'll probably I have a coffee from that. Should take me the dog up. Yeah. Hi babe. Planta 1300. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Yeah. Hello there, it's my gaming meeting. Good to see you. Recommend. Yeah. Finally wearing my PlayStation Cameron costume. I've actually had it all the bits and pieces for the costume for a while. I should never go around to wearing it into that. Yeah, I got the whole costume as well. When I've also got when I the arrangement, I've got some couple of boxes back there to open. You can find out in there. Yeah, and I've got some games. I've got a couple of games on my Amiga. All cleaned them, ready to go. Yeah, I got mostly demo using Amiga mod on this playing. Hi there, David Brian. The husband, I love that demo. That's one of my favorite demos. I love reading in that one. And the demo is so good because it's such a cool build up. I've got this we got this whole lot story build up. And yeah, it's just really good. It's a good demo. I don't think I've actually got that one in here. That's really strange. I'm really sure it's one of my favorite. I mean, I think I'm thinking about that. I'm going well, thank you. Good luck. Everyone's been really nice and respectful so far. I mean, the rest of the Amiga community has been really nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably. I should probably, well, I'll go around to downloading or doing all that, waiting for the next stream. Not this stream because I've got other things to prepare anyway, so I'll prepare next time. It's gonna be so good to show you guys this demo if you haven't seen it already. I love it and the music is so good. Yep. Yeah, of course, husband, yeah, awesome. I could have another demo. I have other demo, revision demo, another one of them is done by Hoffman. So there's that one to check out at least. It's going to be cool, but I'll probably take them up and I'll start playing the game. Yeah, I mean, there's been so many cool demos that come out of that unit. I've only got not all of them yet. I've only got the new games actually in my Amiga, so it'd be fun to play those soon. Yeah. And now that yeah. Not it's not. Tôi có các tập tuyển hiện. Makasih utaga here. Yeah, I actually have to bring back but very soon to get a quick rebuild. But no, and then I'm gonna quit. Very good to keep making me quit. Still no happening. No, I don't really know what's happening yet. I'm yeah, so still hanging up and cleaning up the house, making sure that everything's gonna be ready. So whenever they are, I'm feeling excited about it because it's gonna be so much fun to play, and obviously I'm gonna be streaming it. And I'm actually my rating actually gives me more time to maybe move my other printer machines around because where the thing that where my downstairs lies from one side of the ceiling is normal height and the other side kind of taller. And the taller ceiling means that the taller printer machine go on there, like my Star Wars interactive part. But the arcade one up in the other one has to go on the other side with the lower ceiling because they're shorter. So because of the labyrinth and because of the topper, and I definitely got the topper as well. The topper with the goblin head on top. That thing extra hard that I have to think about. So something's gonna have to be moved so that it actually fits. And that's the thing that I've got to figure out. And in a pin bag. Before I've actually been considering a shape, some kind of shape, and leave something with a very tall ceiling. So all of my printing machines, my arcade cabinet, everything. Yeah, that's gonna be a while up to think about. Yeah, ain't something I gotta think about. Oh, thank you for welcoming me back. And I'll be cool. I mean, it's been a lot of work, but I think it'd be so much fun. We really cool to play. So if you want to hang out in, let's just take in this one. Yeah, it'd be like a paint shot probably in it. Also, when I think about it though, I would like it to be more like a basement and some sort of not a basement, but sort of like an arcade, basically more like an arcade. Yeah. So and then yeah, I got eating at the target. Oh, there's no temper. No temper. Isn't it adorable? Oh my dad do here. And the whole collection. I mean, I have to make some turtle now. Doing some turtle now. And turtle. I don't know, down with doing now to play for them. So that would be good eventually. So yeah. That was fun, and that was a really beautiful one to spot. I want to go gorgeous. The spot and this one, and yeah. It's so gorgeous. Yeah. Trying to move been having stuff like arcade and pinball down into a basement in Brutal. Yeah, there's that. Now I think about that. I'm not gonna be able to even move my timber machine from where they are because they can't leave the hat because I had so much trouble getting the bolt for them into the hat up around there and everything around here. They're not leaving the hat. No, when I go, I'll probably get other timber machine and just put them in the shape, and that would probably be very big. You love that picture? I'm glad you love that picture. When I thought the time out, I should thought the perfect opportunity. I found a lovely little spot, and I thought it probably worked well enough for the photos. I wasn't even sure if, I would turn that in good. I was just using my phone at the time. But I'm glad you love it. I'm glad you love it. Eventually, I go wrong with I'll probably I've got a Star Wars arcade cabinet update actually. Dream from that sometime. But most of my arcade cabinet and timber machines are downstairs. So every time I go a dream I go downstairs and set everything up down a bit. Let's show and you made the card. Let's show go say that again. I mean it's not. I think you should take it up and you should not. It's not really anything. Done it, but it. Oh, and the lap you've been a big you've been so. I mean, doing how much you cut and how you could. I mean, the people who going to cup make the timber machine. They're putting so much love and care in each machine they're making. Yeah, it's gonna be so hard not to let anything happen to it. So it's gonna need. Oh. No. But but I have a run, I put the deposit down on it. So, yeah, it's gonna get hit somehow. And then, like I said, I'm gonna stream it to show you guys how awesome it looks. I love the movie so much and the gameplay looks awesome. Yeah, I just can't wait to play it. I mean, I'm actually a little jealous. Every time I see other people playing on their laptop and I'm like, yeah, I can't wait till that's me. Just thinking just having a really good time and everything is just gorgeous. Well, so, this, one, so this hat is what makes me wear that, I'm only wearing the hat. So, on the goblins you move the machine around, made that would actually be really great. I would love these goblins, though, should be so happy to help me move stuff around. Yeah. I mean, it's can't be. I'm gonna have to move them on with another machine anyway to make room. Hi there, Tristan, main hat, 30 soon. Come on. No, I'm buying a different blue coming. Yeah. I don't have fun and very outfit actually. Had everything pretty much ready to go, but I didn't get around to it until that. Yeah, the golden hook thing good. I've got them on because new kind of code, so I've got them separate it up and then go over. Yeah. So now that coming down in the game, so good. And although probably need to find something to actually hold it on back a little bit, but still really not. And it's nice and comfortable and stuff. Do I need to change my hat? Yeah, man. Yeah, I think I've got everything I needed for the costume. I think I've got everything I needed. Yeah, I've got to. Yeah, the hat need. Yeah, I've got the hat soon. The hat bit. Yeah, I actually have a couple of hats here. I think. I don't have another hat. But this is reading. Have a man or something. I don't know if you may keep his hat on or put another hat on. I could have two other hats here. Okay, don't know. I'm just gonna have to put this one up here. Yeah. Nó đi từ ba hạt đấy. Nhận từ bạn. Rồi hạt thêm mình cái hạt lợi cho nên mình cần từ hạt tôi xin hạt ta tinh. Mà không biết là hạt tầm về nữa bên helmet có thể bên helmet for a second I'm actually looking through that much. It's another stuff I'm going to catch up on. I do have that I got the hat they don't have because I got the plate there when I put my urine away down. There you go. There you go. I'm so bad at pronouncing people's names, I'm sorry. Making I'm glad you didn't hurt. I recommend. I'm so glad to be back at bed. Been good. I'm gonna share all the fun things I've been doing. And I got this new couple of buckets I'm going to be in. Oh, it's not the blue one on it. That's the favorite iPad. Yeah, I mean, although the other colors I think are not the but I still have the green to my favorite. Yeah, the other colors do not, but the green to my favorite. Yeah. Yeah. I'm normally wear the green, but this time around I thought I'd try something different and wear this one. And yeah, I was wear something different. Oh, I got one with green, I love green. Yeah, I know how much enough the blue outfit. I haven't really had a chance to wear it until now. So I have to have everything. So I could wear it. Keep going. Hold up a bit more. Now I need to come over there and hold the car and roll something. Oh, come here. I think that the stage more like a beach, yeah, a comfortable beach actually. That would be cool. I want to be fun to visit the location from the game. It's another one I wanted to go to, and it's not. It's actually probably more quite a few now actually. Yeah, quite a few places that I would like to go to, basically different coming stations, and get wear my costume and get my photo on location. Just like Hammy, but I'm having fun. But for now, I should go and play it where I live that close enough. I should try and get a photo showing the Aurora. It's rated up in the mountain, eh? Then the funny thing is that I never actually managed to think to cash one. I wanting to not visit them hard, but that would be fun. That's another photo I could definitely try. That would be close enough, I think. Look at the mountain, and Aurora in the background. That would be close enough. Yeah. But I have to place it. Yeah. Thank you so much for the follow. I see that. Do it. But come on. I'm just talking about my costume again. That is the I've been unboxing the back there soon. Be fun. Another thing, the Northern Art. I've also seen the Northern Art show. It may probably it's not easy to catch, especially you need to talk about special camera to really catch the full spectrum of color. But oh right, yeah. Nah, she prefer that. That would be really good. And once I catch one, definitely try and get a photo. Yeah. I mean, hopefully they'll let you know before in advance and everything, because then you can be time to actually getting my costume and everything. You get out there. you can see them happy. Yeah, you can see them. Believe it or not, some of my neighbours actually got the thing run over the mountain one time. They and other people in Tasmania have seen them in. That's like a really cool long exposure. I think photos really can really see what it looks like, and you just start them. But I haven't actually seen one yet. Yeah, I kind of feel like in us that's going a lot harder to catch, and actually make them kind of more special when you actually go, I think. It would be nice to see one someday. I mean, obviously I don't think I've got a camera, yeah, I don't think I've got a phone that can probably take a good enough photo, but it's still worth a try. Yeah. No, then we're in the that England. Yeah, no. No, it'd be nice to really catch for nothing. Apparently, yeah. It'd be really good. I mean, basically, I really don't know. Apart from a couple of people here who've actually seen it that I know, other people's photos I've actually known and things on it. I've been thinking of it. I could go and definitely move out over the mountain here. That's really beautiful. And the other night, I'm in the kitchen and I'm looking out the window, and then over down I think it's orange bowl in the dark. Coming up over the mountain. You can move out and it's beautiful but orange because it's there's a cash and then down and everything, and it's beautiful. And you should do it right and it's beautiful. I'm basically now for photo that I could really good. It should look like a real right dot in the dark, casting the orange. Which is a real shame. It's a real shame because it looks so pretty. And every time I try and get a done right photo, I still don't get very good one. So, but yeah, it would be good to actually take my photo take the phone out and see if I can catch one with the phone. And I have a feeling you need a proper camera, but I think it's worth a try. Something blurry is still better than nothing. Closed caption are working for my screen. Oh, that's good. I turned on the option called experimental caption to whatever it was in open it. And I was really hoping that they would work because it's one thing that I haven't been able to figure out how to do properly yet. But I really want to because okay. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, that could be because of the way that I talk. Because to be fair, I don't think the caption, we haven't anything time I'm not thinking me. So, but they were bigger than nothing. But I need I hope it's not really gonna update anyone. I'll try and get it working properly with my next stream. But yeah, and a little bit of hope and thinking being I thought would also being useful. Nothing. No, maybe not. Okay, try to be 13 words and I'm not saying they're not bigger than I think. Yeah. It'll probably help. I should have to remind myself to talk, I clearly, if I can. Well, as long as you can, I get that all the market. Yeah. As long as I will take the shoot everything. But that definitely means that I have to go get it working properly. And I'm getting a little thirsty. I mean, I'm talking a lot more than usual, so I'm not moving because nothing but up with that. Okay, I'm going. I think so. Okay, I think I got this yeah, you don't have really either, but I have a lesson. I just opening those yet though. I thought why not put them something different though. Something a little different. No, hopefully this is let me just have a look. I should open the thing. Okay, at the bit I agree. I think it'd be a lot simpler than it did. Simpler. Okay. Yeah. How about the car? Come on! Come on! I got to see those. I hope you had a good friend. I got to take the cash man. Welcome I think that my side lovely.
Big picture reaction time now, though. Let's pull it up. Oops. I have to click the link directly to pull up the whole page. And then window capture tours. Oh.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you so much. Nice to see you here. Yeah, the tour is really cool. Yeah. I'm actually dreaming like an kind of normal hour, I think, with my dip. Normally, yeah, I find it dark a lot earlier than I normally do. And this time I'm wearing a different costume, the different costume to one that I'm wearing normally. And I wasn't really going back, I was just having them darker. So I hope you had a good time. And yeah. I can't die in the then I put that I don't know what to call that, they call the blinding burger thing. But yeah, because you know I'm getting kind of thirsty. I'm getting really thirsty shit from talking, so I really not really could than I normally do. Yeah, put on. I have to go back downstairs and shake the burger. I can't remember the name. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Player name Nick. I hope that's right. I think the target making me target to feel something now with target. Yeah, yeah. I'm not going to have a dog in my hand and then you should pop right up. Never mind. No, I think it's actually exactly a low sugar. Got that something like 15% net sugar. And yeah, I kind of prefer it with net sugar, net carb. Actually prefer net big, very big, and then it's making me you know, a bit. I probably should have stirred it a little bit. But I didn't think I should do anything because probably going to spill it if I try doing it. So yeah, I'm not gonna try that. No. Especially when I've got all the computer and oh, that's right. I really did. I'm just gonna go back to opening. But I'm gonna be reading. So I'm just gonna listen carefully. Let me see. I'm always very carefully. I'm dropping things away. I'm just. Yeah. Almost dropped it there. Not sure what to do. to the moment. I'm gonna have to look at the to the moment on thing because I think bumped it, right? I'll show you that picture. But this side. Yeah, never could just that. But what I will go and fish over the camp, don't you think they're a little bit better, I hope. I'm not sure where I left the things. It doesn't die, but well, I'm not sure what kind of I'm not sure what kind of download it is, but I will find that and that's okay. I should welcome back. And so I should find to figure out what kind of download do this mapping. I'm just gonna have to fix it another camp because this one is you should think the color. I don't think you can think the color than this one. Thank you, the color. I hope you have a good sleep. Have a good sleep and have a really nice sleep. And I am a Cosplay cast new let's stream. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you. Definitely find out the name. But that time was bye, because yeah, that's what I came. Dark. I'm not sure when I thought to the mom, but I don't know that's not right. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to show you, but that one could tell. Beautiful. That's a good color in it. That's why I had to care. That is it. There you go. Something big. Nah, she's the kid. I love it. The kid. Yep. That's a good one. Thank you so much. That's probably for the business. I agree. Here, Amiga. Maybe type it. I've got everything download to here through the ones that have been redeemed so far. Marking a big button. I think she's doing it good. And I should think one probably yeah. And I thought the coloring right, but definitely coloring that. Keep I could have all my baby bird here. I could have a baby, but the baby might be okay. I think the baby will behave. I hope so anyway. But I thank you so much for redeeming that. It's so much fun. And I'm really hoping that someone redeemed that one. I could do with that. I had no idea what things run to that. Because, you know. Oh, the good little pond thing. That actually not bad. Oh, the good fun. That a big enough puddle that looked like a lake. And I found the perfect position pose. I don't know, the whole you know, we can call it perspective. That's the way I'm trying to remember. Perspective. I want the perspective. When I was trying to take the photo template, I thought the perspective wasn't quite right. So I like to try and work on that for the photo I agree. And I'm really looking forward to going with I found a beautiful, perfect location. I actually got in the bushwalk thing, the guys were doing it at some point probably. It's a beautiful, perfect place that I think when I take the photo and show it look so good. I was actually planning on entering it in the Amiga art contest last year, but I didn't. But I will work on it though and go for this year. Because I really love the idea of going because I should don't get around to go. I have all these things in my head that I planned on going. I should haven't actually gone around to going them. Yeah, good actually. I'm talking about going things like that. If I can't get the right location, then I might have to make it. Yeah. There's another place that looks so much like Jurassic Park where I go for my walk sometimes, and I think it would be the perfect place to take some really beautiful photos of my bigger dinosaurs. I have some bigger dinosaurs. That's a doing it then. You know, one thing they actually under the Jurassic Park painting machine at the moment. But they're doping, and I'm gonna take them out and use the perfect plate and take a photo and with it so good. I think we'll look really think about it. It'll be fun, nothing. Yeah, I've got a black hole doing it. I think I've got a black hole doing it, but I can't remember. I'm trying to I got a little baby black hole doing it, but I put that one on. It's not the same. Black eye, black eye, black hole doing it. Yeah, I think I had to pin that the very last halfway through. And I put my little baby black hole doing it underneath it because it looked up to the door, but it's like a big, the mom and then the one should happen to be almost right there. I think in the case and everything. I should probably take a photo of that sometime and show you guys. But anyway, that's my dinosaur there. Look a bit. You know what? I think I need a bathroom break. So, all about liquid and all in everybody. I'm in the bathroom break. So, I'll be right back. And you guys can see the area where I go, so maybe you can see where I take the photo. So, I'll be right back. I won't be long. I don't really know anything about muting I don't know. That's really hard for me to know. But I'll be right back, guys.
chair is vital. A good lounge nearby is also good as well, so you can lie down during exciting rounds of D&D or otherwise. You also want a chair that you can fly out of at speed, right? So when something exciting happens, you can be on your feet going way all the quicker. Well, damn.
Come on! Oh gosh, thank you so much for the rain. Thank you so much. Now come on. Thank you so much for the dropping. Tao có sự tin hết. Năm bạc lại. Không còn học nữa cái nào. Thank you so much for the rain. Enjoy the cannot and thank you so much again. I'm still thinking my put that. It's not actually really delicious. I'm totally get this one again. I don't even know what bloody called. I forgot to go and shit. But anyway. What cooking about unbox today, Logan? I have actually gone around and unboxing it. I have to back there. But I think I'm gonna want to it though. Nah. Okay, I got that amount of liquid and everything. Yeah, I'm out of it. Well, I mean, you have to go all the way back there and bring back the bucket. I pushed another canvas back. Okay, then this might be a bit bigger. Go and get the basket. I've put in a whole cost in that. I've got I've got this in the garden. In a pen to start it well. Oh, it's not shut when I don't know it yeah, and I did that work really, but it'd be really hard to show the whole thing, but then you got yeah, that was good. Wait. Yeah. I have a thing when I never know which one it is. But that was all it. So that's nothing at all. I forgot to point the microphone towards me. It was there, but a bit. I have to figure out, okay, this is probably where I'm gonna have to go. We're gonna have to take back this microphone issue. I've got a big boom arm thing, goes down. However, it doesn't fit the microphone I've got, even though I really thought it would. So, but I really would like to be able to bring the microphone closer to me, so you can hear me. Hi there, Porter. Welcome in. I'm just about to go and I'm busting. I've got a couple of buses, and I'm wearing my new well, not new. I've got a player shoe coming. Got the new bat score the badge and the hat. Pretty much all the pieces I needed for the costume. So that was it. So I got this thing. So, isn't it? Oh wow! Oh cool! Look at this! Oh wow! Oh yeah! Yeah. Yeah. It's Ahmed. I'm gonna pronounce his name, Pit. So cool of an explanation. And it's definitely really good. Inside the packaging, that's really good. I'm not gonna be opening this now. I'll probably save it for a stream where I open all and record Star stuff at the same time. But I love it there. Oh, thank you so much. That's awesome. But here. I put it. Big glass to open this one up. Oh wow! Look at that! Oh my god! Look at this! This is definitely very short. How awesome is that? Gosh. Oh wow. This is so cool. This is awesome. Oh. That's something that thank you see the in like that. Interesting. I mean, I don't know, I'll check this out at the back of it. That's not nice. thing. Oh wow, thank no. Oh, thank you much. Oh, that would be awesome to burn. And perfect. That's actually the perfect thing I wanted to burn anyway because I love the show, I love the vision, and I love that. Do that. That's going to be my fun. Yeah, if they that's in they got it's gonna be different, but it's gonna be something I'm gonna have many different before. Never done anything, everything. I never did nothing. And then yeah, I'm gonna pay it. I shall show you again. Like that. I don't think so. Oh, okay. Another color to back. Let's look at another picture. Okay, remember. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, I could have cracked them bằng dictionary that that Lego dictionary but I have different don't have me to talk. And oh, anything fish. So the oh gosh, what was I talking about? Then I'm gone. It's not enough for me to read up here. I should probably go back on with it. Nothing. But the oh, I've got a bit up in my. Then I got some lovely stuff here. I got a bishop that because I found out bishop that that's what I wanted to build to talk about like a little hut. Quick animal and it'd be fun to build that and dream about one. I have a whole bunch of different like finishes and characters and those type of things to build. But mainly in the movie for those things at the moment. I could glad and talk of movies at the moment. But so it'd be really fun to build and dream those. Yeah, but I have to figure out how to do the Lego dream, so that's why I haven't done one yet. But the game is be fun, well, I'm gonna have much fun. I'll be pretty or things, I'll be fun, guys, this bit. Again, I lost my train of thought. That could be the tag. I blame it on that. I think of the worst thing that you do, Matt. It's so good. I love it. I've got very nothing there. I've got lots of lovely things in family. And oh, I've got actually gone with lots of stuff. This is so much for the follow, Darth Vader 27. I'm sorry about my thing, but I'm sorry half of me to really think from where I was over it. I'm not going to make a game now, I'm going to make a game lined up. I don't know, I'm not sure I'm entirely in the mood for the game that I was actually thinking of playing. I might play the other one I was thinking of playing, though. I should. It's been a long time since I played a Amiga game with the Doctor on it. Amiga games are so much fun to play. I really love playing them. The one got lined up. I don't know how much fun that one's going to be, but I played it. That's just the power of fun. It's discovering every new game that comes out. So much fun, but it's so many good games, definitely really good games that you should try out if you haven't yet. Switch over to my Amiga now. I've actually left it on for a little while. Not done. On a great day, Norwegian anniversary and holiday in Sweden. It's wonderful. Happy Norwegian anniversary and holiday as well. I hope you have a lovely day. It's gonna be a very special day. So have a good time. Not Shadow of the Beast is one of my favourite games. I love Shadow of the Beast. I could kinda like the first one the most. Mostly because I kinda like the gameplay a bit more. The first one, I don't know, but hard. It's hard. Let's just say that it's hard. And so is the second one. It's hard. The third one is somewhat a little bit easier. But yeah, I've got fun. I'm also difficult. But it's just a fun game to play. Yeah, I got some really cool amazing stuff. I really love it. And I can't wait to build it. It'll be so much fun to build. Especially since I'm absolutely in the mood to build it. So right now it's getting cold. It should be at the perfect time. So you should sort of be enjoyed and build them awesome Lego, big and other nothing bad. And then the restaurant gave me music. Have a nice time. Hope you have a lovely day. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you again. Yeah, I thought I'll probably switch over to my Amiga and yeah, check out the other game that I now feel I play. And saying how me work like that, sometimes you feel I play this game and then maybe not a few hours or a day later you just don't feel like playing it anymore. This is why I don't really like to commit to playing a game when I'm not really quite in the mood to play it. And I feel that I enjoy it as much, and I feel that I'm actually having a good time with it because I'm not playing badly and I'm not in the right sort of flow state. Gotta be like the tone, you know, the right stage to play a game sometimes, and when you go into the everything should go direct, it should flow direct. And it, I might think if I can do that with this other game that I'm thinking of playing, okay, so, Amiga. Właśnie wam udaga here. But I still got my coffee here, so I should have a little bit. Online, like, someone actually made this palette, and this palette is actually really good. The one you can, and also got content. Not all of them are here. I did wrong with you on my own. That's it pretty much the whole thing actually to me. So I'm actually very lucky to have a really cool awesome looking thing. I mean, I've got this really cool start menu here as well. It is really cool. And yeah, that's a different application. It doesn't come with Amiga the same thing. And yeah, there should icon. So yeah. No, they can ship memory and they can fast memory. One with the could be actually flash memory did it. And it that should not an experimental coding project that I did. It's not really anything. It should talk about it's really hard to explain what you need. I probably should look it up and show you, but when you look at that, it should that so basically I knew to launch that. It's not finished, so that stuff like it. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. It does it. So, no. I've got 54 megabytes of fast memory in total. I'm using it a little bit up at the moment. Yeah. I'm very glad I've got this amount of memory and use it all the time. And all that remapping images and things like that. But yeah. I'm gonna play this game. Yeah, I spent some time fixing and cleaning up, organizing my games to have, so hopefully they'll let me. Yeah, I have a couple of little apps on my web page that I actually haven't done anything with. Yeah, that I actually haven't done anything with them. I probably should sometime. I did actually release one app actually. It was it's actually called Aurora Mystica, and I released it that. Was it last year? For the Amiga Tours competition, it's actually run by Jupiter, and it's just a tiny little MUI application that pretty much does nothing. It's nothing. It doesn't go on, but I mostly did it because I wanted to get back into coding. It had been several years since I had done coding, and the competition was actually the perfect, with the perfect issue, motivation, really very well. You should the right time, and it really helped me get back into coding and think about going and work some other app, stuff like that. I haven't actually released anything yet because, well, I'm still kind of working on them. I probably should. Some of them are pretty close to being finished. I think I think I will ever get. I mean, I don't know if the program can ever be finished because there's about 50 to go. So many improvements that could be made over time. So it's hard to say when a coding project will finish. Another game is a lot easier that you make the game, you release that, basically you make the version, it's pretty much done, it's out there. And then you say that the version that it's out there and it's done. So in a way, maybe I don't know. I'm also working on a tech device game. A friend helped me with the tech device game engine, and I wasn't very good at coding, but over time I learned a lot. So I made a tiny little tech device. It actually ran in the shell. It's just a little tech device. It's almost finished up, and once it's finished up, very happy. So you guys can play a demo of that. No, I'm glad you like it. Yeah. Yeah, I take the things that runs in this shirt. Pretty much it's very simple. It's not really anything. It's not very good coding wise, but it's just that I think it's something. But yeah, this one is the O3. I'm really glad I think that's really perfect one for me. So I can run this game pretty well, demo pretty well. This one's actually a little faster. I think it's the OVO accelerator. It's a bit faster, so it's actually kind of fun to have. I'm really appreciate it. I can't wait until I can finally. I'm going to get my Amiga. I'm going to get the entire motherboard picked up so that I can finally put on the beautiful black tape and everything else will look so beautiful. I've never coding with me. It actually takes me a little while to get back into the right door of make sure days to go coding. This is why I don't go very often. It's very hard to get into that, but once not into it, it's a lot of fun. Everything's fun. Hi there, dude. Oh, mind that game. Yeah, come in. I was just about to play a game. Which game was that? Thank you. See you later. Take care. It's nice time here where I am. No, just after definitely something. I'm having the time here. That's not the real time on my Amiga, by the way. I don't actually have a real time clock in my Amiga, so that's just the time that's actually the uptime that my Amiga's been online. So I probably should show you maybe the input. That's how long my Amiga's been on. Not a minute later. Yeah, sorry about being here. I've always made sure all go wrong. I can actually there's a whole thing only actually get wrong. So well, it's possible, but here's the whole thing. I should have a really going around with it. But anyway, I made a tiny little in my right thing, then you could think what I mean. It should be that the uptime. Now I'm just not really sure. Why in the it's actually kind of a new accelerator. It's actually relatively new. It's not like from another really early Amiga day. And I don't know why. A little bit of a shame. Yeah, that machine simpler solution should get the time on from the internet. Machine internet. Thank you. Yeah, show you wallpaper. Yeah. I like my friend, the icon for me. I did that one. It's probably the only one that's not really good, but the rest of them are really good. I love them. It's very good on YouTube. Yeah, and then the glow and everything too. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, before I go play this game, I should probably take a quick break and go get the more equipment stuff. go up and grab it. Then my god, I'm back! Oh, I clicked on. I'm back now. And, I meant to go back to my Amiga. Oh, oops. I should quickly catch up on Barbie. Còn đơn cái này tôi có biết pin. Có na đi về cái one big time. Feeling most of the time, actually preferred drinking Ryan. Ryan is like my number one show. And then Dapper Tiger. And then after that, Nick. Introduce them with bigger. Make them be about Ryan, it's not. Oh wow, you've got that thing too. Oh wow. That's just them. There's a lot to that. That's good. I'm coming. I'm something got involved in the makeup. Makeup vision. I don't know. Maybe someone hear it. I'm not, but someone hear my opinion. I don't know. But I think about my Amiga play a game. Not play a game. I should want to play a game to warm up with. So I go back to my Amiga. Oh, there I go. Let's see, don't get it wrong, wasn't it? Ding. Hi there, Multi-Face. Well, welcome in. I'm just about to play a game. I'm just gonna warm up the game. Easy is gonna be. I'm actually not very good at this one. Being the fun game I grew up with. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Auto the potato. Hi there. Cooking the cake this night. Recommend. I'm thinking about. I'm not sure I go read it. So I point that up when you get a chance to read it. I thought, I got to pick the button there. Okay. I wasn't paying attention again. And I don't think the button just jump breaking on here. Not really sure, but I made the pick. Definitely follows you back another with it, is it? I played it with another controller, not this one. Yeah. Soon. Change the control option. Let's jump go. Damn it. Gardenia. Think that way. There are the part that people that but yeah, I part that people that actually get that be about. I'll go back to V3 actually because they're gonna boot up mine and make a bit. I'm gonna put that down here for now. Oh, hi there, Carla, the Kirby channel. I hate down to be a little warm now with the hot house. It's by the mommy. I got really cool stuff tonight. They're really cool bit. I have to yeah, I definitely have to boot it. Yeah, they could boot. What do you then? Let's try that again. So don't shoot back in bad things, but this is really good. Come on, let's go. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. So hard. Come in. That be I'm still not able to jump but yeah, still not sure why I can't jump here. I feel but I think she jumped to infinite. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let me try that again. That's fine. I'm not jump there 50 seconds in and then dig. It's not going to be bigger. And then. Ah. Not really sure what's going on there. Probably nothing. Not really sure what's going on there. It's figuring out the quick key. If in the Amiga game we've got the old quick key combination. You know that, and half my keys don't work, so I might just have to redo. I don't have to wait a little bit. I'm gonna see what's going on there. I will have the game jam version. The second. I'm not really sure how to pronounce it. I don't know though. So it's got to be pronounced the right way. So I don't know. In any case, there's a brand new version of that game, and then that's the actual version I've got is the demo version from the game. So I'd rather actually go to wait and play the full proper version. So that you guys can see what's that, and you can buy the version of that game right now. It's available to buy. So yeah, I'd rather win that game. Yeah, so I'll go back to my Amiga yeah, then I got to try a different game, and it's been not really sure what I'm in the mood for. I still need to not install some sort of what can you call it? No, menu content, whatever it's called, to go through all these games that I've got. Because I spent some time organizing it, and still feels kind of like a bit game, like game leadership, game menu. I've got iGame, except I need a newer version of iGame on here, so yeah, I couldn't have to say doing nothing. I'm not going to play that one. I haven't actually played this one yet. It's really cool, and I thought, really cool, they got that. Oh, yeah, you got it. Absolutely not. I forget it every single time. What else might be other than English? I don't really think in other languages. The only other language I know is sign language. Australian sign language. Australian sign language. Yeah. That we did actually in the way. Probably bigger around here, right? Trying to learn how everything works here, though it's a bit difficult, but I'm working it out, I think. And I think, we're gonna quick look again. Okay. I'm gonna quick. No. Okay. Oh no. Oh, I guess you can't touch the enemy they got. Nope. Can I jump in them? Oh, okay. Oh no, a little bit tougher than I thought it would be. But I think my main requires you to be a patient, though. I think if I be another go. Oh, there's too close. Oh, I've been in my mama in here. I'm going to jump on the mushroom. Ooh, with the much behind that I put. Okay, oh no! Oh gosh. Okay. Oh, my head thing. Okay. Oh. Huh. Okay. Am I missing something? Oh. I'm missing something. Okay. What is it? Oh, okay. Here you go. I bet that on. That was it. Oh gosh, I think it's in the coming. Gosh. Okay. Move through them. Here we go. Ooh. Continue the time. And then we oh gosh. I think with that immediately. Oh no, I love it. I love it that they make a game where you can actually go No, I'm pressing bar. There is bar. Okay, it's backward. It must be the new pin layout or something. Because I'm actually going. Man, I'm going. Well, I'm just planning to play. Oh. And then I feel like I'm supposed to collect everything around them, so no, that's just hard. Oh, I made it that time, got so lucky. Okay, here you go. I'm on the way to the balls in the pit. Oh, yeah. I meant to go jump over. Okay. No. Going to the balls in the pit there. Alright, I'm on. Oh, this is. I'm going there. Thank you. I hope you are moving me through. This has been me twisting Barasuva. You haven't found that's what I got. Yeah, This game is fun. I should wish they would a little bit second off, little game. Okay. What's up? You could do it all about Tommy. No, then. No. What? And that's where to go into this little bit. Thắng tên được cái đã tôi thấy I think that's okay. Oh no. Good, that's big of a shine. I'll have to make it that time. I don't make it. How long have I been seeing this game? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a long time. I got so long time. It's really hard to pin down big games I've ever played. Oh gosh. I played games that been I played a really cool little game, Lemonade, and I played really number 2, Lean the Moors in the Pit. But now I'm going to be in the game for a long time. I nearly hit the brick too. Everything go cool again, cool. Okay. No. Oh gosh, I'm really could make it that time. Just wanted to grab back that little extra. Nothing else to even like go. I want to be Amiga to finish the level. Boom. The top. I probably should have maybe I can get the time. Oh no, I didn't take it not. It machine. bit more to go over in the pig. Oh, actually, no, I'm picking up. To think about that. He's running with whatever the game, so he's made this like little guys running around, little mushroom guy, little tree guy. Nothing. Never. Not really sure. I mean, I think we should not include little people. No! But then I think how much I got all food from the maybe I can though I think they can. So that's fine. No, like the other game that makes very good, very good. I'm not going great. I will be different. Don't have to turn that no. I don't have them, but they don't have. But when you play. I don't know the name. Maybe I'm not the bitch. Maybe I don't know. Then collect all of rubies, then I supposed to collect all of them. I think I want to go back and read whatever that was again. The game actually came out in 2020 that. Though that's a relatively new game. Came out a few years ago. Well, the thing that I'm thinking about quitting out of this game now, because it's going to really frustrating. And I don't know about playing a frustrating game. I mean, you actually go love the graphic. I mean, look at the graphic actually thing, right? Think about it, nothing about some there, this thing. There's a lot of, lovely, detail. Alright, then pick up 3 cities, don't English. That's it, right, I think. Let's try it again. No. Maybe that's what's going on there. See that I'm picking up. Let's see. Oh. I never got time about, but never mind it. Oh no. Maybe one thing that might hurt if I'm a bit going for that. That might be a bit bigger. Well, also play that game, actually the microphone I think actually facing the wrong direction. Well, also play that game. No, with like on screen, no, not really. Actually play a Amiga game. I've got my Amiga, they've been ready to play. That's not just day. I really play them. There are some dot games that where there are some great games that came out with dot that didn't come out from the Amiga. So it could be fun to do that. Well no, yeah, I could play dot I go then obviously there's Zoom and then there's that. Oh, yeah, on my Amiga. If it's on my Amiga, I'm gonna play it. I've got Shapeshifter, though I want to play Mac games on my Amiga. I like a more like that. It's how more fun playing it all the time. Amiga. And it. Yeah, got it with my Amiga, and yeah, I have a lot of fun playing the game. I'm really glad that I've got one thing cool report that for the down to we actually got that. Actually got that. Really thinking the drum. But we also got another one basically. I think we got Blackstone. Yeah, you got Blackstone. I remember now Blackstone. I'm terrible at names, so it takes me a while to remember Blackstone. And let me. Okay, thank you. That was master prep. I love in the quick game. I mean, quick and easy. I wonder though, maybe I should play a demo. No. No, this should, there's almost there other, I have to figure out, what, I can go about that. I mean, not it, I've actually played Vaga on the, on my Atari. I have to, let, it'd be cool if I could actually get the mark, and then it'd be really cool if I could stream playing in these games sometimes, because I think that'd be really cool. And laughing. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm not. Maybe that's a very good thing. And kind of game over at the moment. But now I've got the Pac-Man, like, the really bright, the cat. I don't know if I could do them, but it's Pac-Man shaking the goat. I love that. The only got game put related on the Amiga would be the Legend of Kamen Rider Malcolm Revenge. Oh, the Legend of Kamen Rider. Oh, I actually started playing that base game on the Amiga and I love it. It's such a lovely, gorgeous game. And at some point I get around to putting it on here. And oh man, it was so difficult to play. And literally spent hours working around the circle until finally the answer struck me and I was like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. It's a little bit of a head rush with that one, but yeah, it's done. Yeah, it's game over the last. I have, well, let's see what I've got. No, I don't have. Oh, then. I don't hide that with some reason. It should. It should. No, this one. Được jump back into it. I'm feeling that. Come on. Oh no. Huh? Here we go. Oh, okay, here in the vote. Oh, we got them. But another power up in the game. We're looking around and good, doesn't it? It's just ooh. I love it. It's just yeah. I love it. It's so amazing. Gosh. Oh no, they're coming soon. I don't know if I should. Okay. Alright, let me try again. I what the new that people coming soon. I was just thinking where the oh no. No, I think some and between by a bit longer. There we go. And oh no, I think it's jumping Tom. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, and I put the button spot. Oh dear, I did. No. Let's try that again with Oh, okay, I crashed my Amiga. Is it maybe that? No, I don't have the new picture. And probably you know, taking that one effort before actually playing it. I actually finished playing it the whole game stuff, but I didn't actually finish really taking that every game. I done taking like half of the game. With a lot more games, then I've still got to keep taking that to be your favourite. And I think I might have a capacity issue with the joystick because it definitely acting funny with the it doesn't work very good things to control part, so that's really it is why I want to get my Amiga fit and I'm going to go with it. Yeah, I'm thinking to wait buying that. Yeah, I go with a little bit thinking the way doubling really the big. I should prefer it wrong. I could have a mark game I was actually saving. This mark game for a theme swing I wanted to go that game where it's a game where I play games based around a particular game. I'm gonna go back and have a look into what actually I have actually finished taking. Not sure. Lady bit like it's just the best wallpaper that got I should be mapped onto my Amiga and I should it's not really meant to be anything. I should want to like a really do a wallpaper that should do a make me feel like the movie that didn't get. That's how I gonna work. I think that. I think I take that one out. Though I'm gonna shit that one out. Because that one, the one had to create our comic book. No. Yeah. Not. I need to make a bigger let's frame taken up though that didn't actually do that if you think it's I'm still showing about it alone. That's an idea. Recommend. Thank you. And actually player show the blue version of coming. The little variation on the neat work coming out bit of it. That's going to try my leveling game half. You can run. And it's like a little 3 day, but and you can walk away. And you should walk away from my Amiga. And people will come over and be like, so what's that running bit? It's cool when you have stuff like that, especially when you have arcade cabinet and you have pointed exact mode. It's really cool, I love it. Then I'm going to play this game and see how this one goes. Let's see about what. It's that. Now I'm meant to collect that or not. I can't jump. I can jump, but I can't jump too. So I'm gonna have to go back. I did that. I should today. Oh, yeah, I think be going in there today, and then that should blow. I think I remember. Did go. Yeah. Nó mắc là follow chạy Brighton. There might be something wrong with my controller, so I might have to quick out this game and try a different one. I'm not really sure what's going on here. You got. Oh, it's me, David. Yeah, it's a nice game. It came out. I can't remember. I'm a fan. This one. This one is a little bit of a crazy one. So we think this one is good. After this one is good. This controller, so let's take that. Right, creep and I've been straight. A hero waiting, recruiting around, minding his own business. He was approaching planet. Oh, that they went down. When he ship high class, luckily, he knows he's gone. Advertising effectively of some kind. So yeah, thinking waiting, thinking facing our enemy. Oh, that. What is he think? Oh, should my dimensional transformer. You know the word. Say what it. I will show you. Everything he thought was very distorted, but when he thinks hard, he could think normally for a time. Only knew to help him think all that. By collecting all coins to cook. This thing is actually good. That's really cool. I'm going to fun. And you're gonna think that this game is fat. It's crazy. Yeah, no, it actually was not biting me. The point is, I don't know how that happened. I swear, anyway, I don't know how to do it. Oh, he's waiting. Cola. Cola. It was the really disturbing completely. It's like the paint everything's normal. Get my up here. No, oh. Okay, I told. I told you the same name. No, I'm playing. What is the road here? I need spell it. The road here. What is the road here? Well, something like that. Listen. Yeah, it's so cool. It's not really cool. Demo thing effect. I love it. I want to swing into a normal. I'm not going to about that. I'm feeling to go up here, but yeah, my thing, everything, otherwise we've been overusing it. There, I never wanted to clear it. That actually reminds me a lot of Hero Ship Actually Life, which is another game I totally had to get. That is awesome, I love that game. I think this is the game that is kind of like the other game where you have to collect all of them and get to the exit. Man, it's really weird with the internet. I like it though, it's really weird, it's different. It's so different than anything I've ever played. And whoa! That's really kind of fun to play. Oh no! I knew that was gonna happen somehow! Okay. Right. Come on. Oh, they're big and the cat. I'm not using them. Oh no, in a bit. Makes you jump over it. I'm gonna try again. Oh, there. Big Martha there. There's so much in the way. I'm just playing this weird fighting game called Zero Sphere. It's oh gosh, it's like really weird. I think the demo scene a bit, which is really weird. I love it though because it's something really different. I'm sorry to anyone that you can't hang with it. I understand it's very weird. It's really another look at anything my phone day. But that was fun. I'm gonna start that again. Oh no. I'm sorry if anyone thought that was a little bit weird and bitter. It's weird and bitter. But I think it's visually related. I think demo is like a demo, so it's pretty thanks done. But yeah, So I'm playing this game. So I think so much for the right. Big my feelings. So what when you play that? I'm done. Play a different game before that, and then to start to play this one to see if it works, and you start, and it's a bit, let's see if you want to make it.
Really?
I can't really look at that.
Gonna first try this and call it right now. Not even that hard.
That looks really epic. That actually, I can't really like define how really epic to be played. He beat it tonight. I thought not even better. Congratulations. That's great. I'm not actually play that game. That's the game you play. I don't know what game you play tonight. I just don't know what I can do for that. But, if you play it tonight, that's awesome. It had the new shoe downloadable version. Yeah. There's a lot of, there's a lot of really cool stuff that I'm gonna make up. I want shit that website where I can download games from. Because I like to download from people's own website if I can. But I was looking at me that no, I moved here. I'm terrible at date. I need to go. I should say that I need to go. I moved here. Need to be to that. Plastic controller that got them. I'm not really going to go at. Don't. Isn't that? I get that I really don't have to be much patience to play a game, even though I absolutely love playing a game. I don't have that much patience. So let's see how I go this time around. I'm actually having fun with this one because it's so weird and bizarre. My character is so goofy. So he's fun. And it's just clear we're going to collect all the little things. I was really tempting to go back and just get that thing, and I was thinking, should I, and then, right, I think they're tempting enough. No, I don't like the risk. And you know what, I think marking a little bit loud because it meant and let's take a lot with you have a time limit. I agree. What was all wrong with that? Never I ever think about time limit. I kept thinking I got time to work with that. That's okay. How much fun have you got that? Because you know, I'm having a lot of fun here playing this game. I know it's a little weird and confusing, but I like it. It is. It's totally sleeping. It's not really too weird. It's got that vibe of being that. Although I had a feeling that was going to happen because that is. Oh, hi there. Okay. Look, come in. And hi there, stuff dating. Am I? Ooh. Bing. Yeah, got something off the bing. That gave me a bit more time, so that's okay. Let's go over here. At the timing up there that a bit worried about because of the whole ripping and everything. Oh, I don't know, mate. That's awesome. Oh, I think I need to go back, and I think I might be okay here. No, right, no. It's okay. I think I'm okay though because I think I kind of got a more injury in food. And the third one, gosh, I knew that was going to happen somehow. Never mind. Oh, man. Gosh, today I'm going to need that I can get this game to be a tripping game, but I like it. It's fun. Yeah, I'm in Tasmania. And let the town code here at the moment. I thought today hadn't been that code. Lately it's been code, but not today. And yeah, it can't code it, even your stomach. You think your stomach be warm, but no, it's not that warm. It's just warm. You know. Yeah, I can find again. Because that's a good game, it's one of those games there. Yeah. You think? Hello there, Mary Man. Everything's on. Welcome on. This time I'm not gonna go and jump for the other one. I'm gonna go and grab running. Yeah, gosh, you know, I hope so we got the lot bigger nation. I'm looking at that. That thing, then I'm pretty sure. I hope you get the not bigger really soon. Oh my god. I'm just trying to remember where I was fine. Get rid of I did last time. It's been really weird a bit. And remembering it got weird a bit. I'm gonna go with it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I bet. Oh, no problem. Ooh, I called that thing. And I got in time. And a bigger time was shut, right? Oh no! I don't have time to run. Gosh, okay. I need to go down this way. And carefully make it run. No, Nick. Gosh. Yeah. Yeah. You dumped another dinosaur. I shouldn't have got to clear, but it's hard to predict. No, Nick. Ooh. She's terribly nerve-wracking it. Very good. And then jump. And very good. I know to jump up into. Come on. Yep. I love that arrow tells me where to go. I mean, I know where to go now. Didn't me? I don't think I'm going to that. Okay, that's cool. What a bit nerve-wracking there. Okay. Oh! I thought we were gonna make it. No, man. I'm probably right. I've been pointing probably right. Oh no, okay. I need to go. We could go to the screen. Without the screen, no. Okay, good. No, wait, we can jump on him. I think that easy. I think it's... Alright. Hi there, Miles level 27. Got you dinner. I'm not off tonight. Thank you so much for the flopping. I'm not off tonight. And you can find a caution. Yeah, I'm playing this really cool game called Zero to Fear. Zero to Fear, I think it's called that. And, oh, now look at the dungeon level. And you have to swing, but I have a limited amount, I think, of the swing ability, though. But the swing helps you know where to go. Thank you so much for the ride. Unlimited partner. Come on. I'm just playing a crazy game called the Old Sphere. Oh, thank you God. I can't jump in the enemy. Thank you God. I was a little bit worried that I could not. Thank you God. I could jump over.
The secret to everybody, not anymore. We're on Twitch.
Make sure I'm up here. Mommy, another. Oh, I think I've lost the ability to swim. Oh, I don't know where they actually did. Oh, it's pointing this way. Good. Good. And no. No! Oh, come on. Oh. I got the clothes. Oh, I can't. I'm trying again. Expansion. Yeah. I think I'm getting bigger every time I play this game. Definitely one of those games that I think is really fun to play because of how weird. I can probably get through a bit faster this time around. Right. Oh, I think that's brilliant. However, every time I've gone through it, I've actually fallen down the pit. And I'm like, I don't know if I could reach it every time. So I'm just gonna go as well as I can without that extra luck. And then maybe once I get bigger, I will try going for that actual luck. That's a cool, weird effect. I'm trying not to use the strength ability too much though than rated. And okay. I've been running up for that. I think alright. Wait for this. Here we go. Oh my boy. Oh! I should have been right back. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. So I'm back now. I'll go back to the game in a minute, but when I was playing the game, it actually occurred to me I actually have. Here we go. Yep. And it's actually the back version of the right video. Then you got the artwork in the back, who I'm painting that. And no, yeah. Yeah, I have not opened it brand yet. So it doesn't brand new. I have to make it a little bit in direction having a brand new but Amiga game. I've actually just been playing the game on my Amiga, downloading the version. But yeah, having it done, it's perfect. I don't know something about the music. I've actually opened most of my Amiga game button. But I should get done that. At some point, I could think I will open it. But I might keep it for that a redeem or something that a really special occasion or something fun. Yeah, a redeem exactly. I think it should be something like a really special special occasion happening because yeah, I'm really looking forward to opening what is here for the very first time. Given that I actually really like the game, I think it's a lot of fun to play. So yeah, it would be nice. Okay, stop it down a bit. Right. Okay. Okay, the other one will tear up, so this one's gonna be clear. Oh, okay. Hey. Come on. I should redeem the top design of the. So I'm just looking for the download. I put the box down here somewhere. What happened to it? I'm just looking for the honey fish recommend. I think I don't like his restoration. And the one of our sessions for Amiga game content. And it's really awesome because I stepped in when I really needed the shot. And you think I'm fantastic job. I'm gonna go with the ping you got. So thank you so much for doing that. And right, I'm just looking for the box. I've got the empty box. I dropped the download earlier, so I'm just looking for it. No really bad. I'm gonna have to do that. I mean, I could think of some stuff here earlier. I might have to look around the thing. The video that's better I had. Yeah, no, I got this one anyway. Alright, so we got to open this one and I should get this. I'm back. I'll put this over here. Okay. Alright. Here you go. Here you go. Here's the dinosaur. Oh, now the car with the car. There's nothing in the car. Yeah. I love that one, the flying one up. I don't think I've gone flying one day. I thought. And that's really it's gonna be a hard one to pin on. I don't really know how I'm going to even attempt to pronounce that one. I'm not going to start now. Let's see how. Okay. I heard them. And the wind actually stopped and struggled. Yeah. Baby Dino machine. Look really awesome, I love it. Look at the maneuver and the crack and everything looks so good. And the rain art that they love in colour. You see the pattern? And the both down. And then cut down. Let's look at why I should pick up. Right. You difficult. Yeah. Oh. Maybe a bit more. The cut the coat. Okay. And then do a bit. Oh, no, but I love it. Mash. Mash it because it's like. Okay. And the other one was redeemed earlier. That was actually really adorable. I'm not really sure which one it is. I don't know what it's been called. It's actually but the little thing in the day, what they call it. So I don't know. But another one I'm pretty sure I've got that. Well, I've actually already had I put the Godzilla and then I had the one So I've been hanging up. It's still can't say that. But you know, there's some words out there I'm not gonna be able to say. Oh, but the other day I got the game theory to be it. So that so I got the game. That reminds me. Still have the game going. So I'll go back to it. Then a bit after this not I'm not really sure that it actually they're kind of familiar but don't worry about that. Okay, I think I was still playing the game and I left it running. So I did things silly. I'm still here. What happened? I flew into it. Okay. I think I do something to blow him up and all of it again. I'm sorry about it. Then I think my things are like that thing or not. I can't even look at this. There, not seeing it, oh, my comment, ooh, okay, come on. Wait. Ooh, wait. Yeah, yeah, the fact that for the next one, I could have a way of fixing it. I should I guess nothing to think about so the playing the game. But we should have. Oh. Do make it that time. I probably gonna need that one, don't I? Oh, boo. Wait. Oh! I didn't move far enough over it. Ah! I'm gonna have an explanation. I made it a lot of fun, but the first time I'm thinking of like I'm not so long of 25. Ha can you think? Chúng ta bay tại thờ. Nó quá shit. Funny honey, plot with the plot is chocolate. No, I'm finally good on the pig. It's going to happen. Remember the pig there. There you go. No, it's right down at on the Amiga. Think that should be right there. Yep. And I'm going to remember. Oh. Made that time. Okay. Sometimes patience is painful. Okay, here you go. We should build up our boot. There you go. Something's in the bin. Look what's beneath me. Yeah, okay. This is freaking up. But oh, made that time. Okay, need to go back up there. No. Oh. Wait. They should never. Okay. Alright. What? Oh. Here we go. No. Kaya nagkakakan dahil siya bitang waitin. No. Ah. A ver. Ate, no, tara si Tay. Bang nagkakam, dashi walay takatamo. So, dashi come with me here, damating of it. And actually, this is really fun. No, not everyone might like this game because they don't know me. But I can. Thank you so much for the follow, not that I should think. And I did. I don't go so. It is hard to think in effect. Okay. Here you go. I've got the extra update so that do that. No, it's not bad. I should I went back with it and read them. I don't know why. I said, okay, this game, but then they go reading the problem making me go backwards and dictating. How they played me? Blow it. I don't really understand. It's valid? Okay. Abang juga anda mesti nama poin. Nanti kemana baik itu. Buat picture, buat okay, now. Oh no! Even though I think I'm going to hour. Become a survivor. You can grab it, grab it in the way that. Oh! Tôi hay là tham tâm hạ để đi. Alright, then remember yeah, I'm basically I need to get everything good then gem, otherwise I can't finish it level. Oh! I should close to that. Do one and then make it. Okay, then I have to cut my computer. No. That one is breathe down. Okay, then you can. Ah, that is again. Over there, I might to jump. Never mind. Try that again. Then you come. It's one of those games where you have to collect every single game before you can finish the level. And that's in the challenge of a level is to collect it at each part where that thing are they flown. So yeah, it's the challenge. Careful. Oh, this is just something. Oops. Yeah. Oh my. Okay. Maybe quicker that time. And click another time. Oh, it's close. Tôi được làm tên tôi thì nói đây I said I don't have the time in that. You should divide them and no. They lead like him maybe go up here. Oh. Yeah, B, then it's planet. Then Maybe I should probably try a different tactic. We got wait. Carefully. Be careful. I don't make it or not. Need to go back there. No, other one. Like it everything. If you can, don't want to be. Oh. No, I don't think I'm playing that bad, but it's fun though. I have fun. Don't play Cosplay, but fun game. I don't probably should look at the way to raise now. So I will have a look now. So that yeah, so I have yeah. No, probably better in my stream now because I'm feeling kind of hard. No, I'm not playing so well anymore. And getting kind of late here, right? So, I probably should end the stream now and I start looking for someone to write. No, not really actually, no, I don't think I've actually tried it. I might have tried it, but I don't think I've actually played through very far, but I actually haven't finished that main game. But, that's because I don't really have a very good patience. I mean, this one really tested the patience I've been. But that's probably not part of the challenge. Yeah. This is the game I wanted to try next time. And I will at some point in the future stream. A game that I think would be very fun to play. But now I'm going to look for someone to raise now, actually. So, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. nice to meet you, sure thing. Thank you so much for dropping by. Take care. Have a nice. Then so we're gonna play this other friends. This gonna play paper. Then it's gonna be fun, and I'm sure you guys will enjoy it. So then thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I had a blast. I really enjoyed playing Amiga games too. I really had so much fun redeeming the thing. I found it so beautiful. I wish you'd have to take photos and post them on the Discord relevant so you guys can see when we do that. Yeah, the last game is super crazy and the right fit. I still got the back version. So it's gonna be awesome in the garden. Get guys them there, I'm gonna open the door up, see what's inside, have a look at it, it's a lovely game, I love it. It's fun. So yeah. So yeah. No. So after we're gonna go, we're gonna go. Thank you guys, and thank you everyone.